Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog arrived before dawn, as it always did in London during the autumn of 1893, curling through the streets like something with intention, something that knew precisely where it belonged. It pressed itself against the Portland stone facade of the Foreign Office in Whitehall, softening the hard edges of empire into something almost dreamlike, almost kind. Inside, gas lamps hissed their steady rhythm along corridors that had witnessed the rise and fall of ministries, the signing of treaties that redrew continents, the quiet panic of men who discovered that power, for all its trappings, was mostly paperwork and the fear of being wrong. In a third-floor office overlooking the skeletal trees of St. James's Park, a single lamp burned against the pre-dawn darkness. The room smelled of old leather, pipe tobacco that had soaked into the wallpaper over decades, and something sharper. The metallic tang of ink, both fresh and ancient, that clung to every surface where secrets had been transcribed. A fire struggled in the grate, its flames too polite to crackle with any real enthusiasm, as if it understood that warmth, here, was a luxury afforded only after duty had been satisfied. Mycroft Holmes sat at his desk, which was less a piece of furniture and more a topographical map of the Empire's anxieties. Stacks of folders, each tied with different coloured ribbons denoting priority and classification, formed small mountain ranges across the mahogany surface. A teacup sat cooling at his elbow, the third of the morning, its contents barely touched. Mycroft had a habit of requesting tea and then forgetting it existed, as if the ritual of ordering it mattered more than the drinking. A large map of Europe dominated the wall behind him, stuck with pins that told stories only he could fully read. Red for military movements, blue for diplomatic missions, black for situations that required watching but not yet action. He was a large man, Mycroft, both in physical presence and in the space his mind seemed to occupy. Where his younger brother Sherlock moved through the world like a rapier, quick, sharp, impossible to ignore, Mycroft was more akin to the fog itself, pervasive, understated, capable of changing everything simply by being present. His grey eyes, magnified slightly by gold-rimmed spectacles, moved across the document before him with the methodical patience of someone who understood that the world's most important battles were fought in margins and footnotes, in the space between what was said and what was carefully left unsaid. The document in question had arrived 40 minutes earlier, carried by a messenger whose rain-soaked coat had dripped a small puddle of Thames water and anxiety onto the marble floor of the entrance hall. It had come by special courier from Dover, transferred from a French packet boat that had crossed the channel through fog so thick the captain had later reported navigating more by prayer than by compass. The diplomatic pouch bore the wax seal of Her Majesty's Embassy in Paris, pressed with the kind of urgency that made junior clerks nervous and senior officials reach for their finest brandy. Mycroft had broken the seal himself, a privilege of his peculiar position in the government, which had no formal title because the work itself defied formal description. He was not a minister, not precisely an advisor, and certainly not a spy, though he knew more about espionage than most men who practiced it professionally. He was, in the private nomenclature of those who understood how power actually moved through the arteries of empire, a fulcrum, the point upon which decisions balanced before tipping into action or oblivion. The message inside the pouch was encoded naturally. In 1893, any diplomatic communication worth sending was worth encrypting, preferably with a cipher complex enough to discourage casual interest, but not so labyrinthine that it couldn't be decoded by the intended recipient before the information became obsolete. This particular message used what appeared to be a modified Vigenère cipher. Mycroft recognized the pattern within the first 3 lines, the way certain letter combinations repeated with a frequency that suggested a keyword of moderate length, probably French, almost certainly a literary reference because the French diplomatic corps could never resist the urge to prove they'd read Voltaire. But there was something else. something that made Mycroft pause with his pen hovering above the foolscap where he'd begun his initial transcription. The message was too elegant, too perfect. The encryption was sophisticated enough to appear serious, but not so complex that it would take days to unravel. It sat in that precise sweet spot of difficulty that suggested its sender wanted it to be found, wanted it to be decoded, wanted whatever information it contained to reach British eyes with just enough effort expended that it would feel like a victory. Mycroft set down his pen and leaned back in his chair, which creaked in protest. It was a Windsor chair, built for thinner men or earlier centuries, and it had been complaining about his weight for the better part of 7 years. He removed his spectacles and cleaned them with a handkerchief that had seen better days, a habit he employed when his mind needed a moment to arrange thoughts into their proper order. Outside, London was beginning its daily resurrection. The fog softened the sounds, but they came nonetheless. The clop of hooves on cobblestones as the first milk carts made their rounds, the distant whistle of an early train pulling into Victoria Station, the cough of a street sweeper starting his shift in the park below. The city was a symphony that never truly stopped, only quieted, and Mycroft had long ago learned to hear its rhythms as background music to his thinking. He replaced his spectacles and looked again at the encoded message. 23 lines of seemingly random letters, organised into groups of 5 for ease of transcription. No punctuation, because punctuation provided too many clues. No obvious patterns in the first pass, but patterns were patient things. They waited for the mind trained to find them. Mycroft pulled a fresh sheet of paper toward him and began again, this time writing out the alphabet in a grid, preparing to test his hypothesis about the keyword. If he was right, and he usually was, which he found both satisfying and occasionally tedious, the message would reveal itself within the hour. But more interesting than what the message said would be why it had been sent to be intercepted in the first place. The Foreign Office, for all its grand architecture and grander pretensions, was in truth a building full of managed panic. In this particular autumn of 1893, the panic was more managed than usual, but only just. Anglo-French relations were performing their familiar dance of cordiality, masking competition, of diplomatic smiles concealing the fact that both empires wanted the same African rivers, the same strategic coaling stations, the same prestige that came from painting the map in their respective colours. The Fashoda question simmered like a pot someone had forgotten on the stove, not yet boiling over but making increasingly concerning noises that kept everyone in the kitchen nervous. And here, delivered into Mycroft's hands with suspicious convenience, was a message that almost certainly concerned those very tensions. The pouch had been marked with codes indicating it had been intercepted rather than received through normal diplomatic channels. Someone, somewhere between Paris and Dover, had arranged for this message to fall into British hands. The question was whether that someone was foolish, treacherous, or most intriguingly, deliberately feeding false information with the confidence that it would be believed. Mycroft allowed himself the ghost of a smile. Deception was such a human endeavour, so predictably creative, so earnest in its belief that other people were easier to fool than they actually were. In his years of service to the Crown, service that would never earn him a knighthood or a mention in the history books, he had seen every variation of the liar's art. The crude forgery, the elaborate misdirection, the simple truth presented in a context that made it read as falsehood. And his personal favourite, the deliberate leak of accurate information designed to provoke an overreaction that served the leaker's purposes better than any lie could. This message, he suspected, was the latter, too findable, too timely, too perfectly aligned with British anxieties about French intentions in the Sudan. Whoever had crafted it understood not just cryptography but psychology. They knew that the Foreign Office was primed to believe the worst about French colonial ambitions, knew that a decoded warning about troop movements near Fashoda would send ministers into urgent consultations, might even provoke a military response that would, in turn, justify actual French actions. It was elegant, really. Mycroft appreciated elegance, even in his adversaries, especially in his adversaries. Crude opponents were simply tedious. He returned his attention to the cipher. The keyword, he decided, was likely 7 or 8 letters. The repetition pattern suggested as much. Something French, almost certainly. He began testing possibilities, writing out potential decryption alphabets, checking the resulting plaintext for coherence. The work was methodical, almost meditative. His pen scratched across the paper in a rhythm that matched his breathing, slow and deliberate, the sound joining the hiss of the gas lamp and the distant murmur of the waking city. Monsieur. No, the patterns didn't align. République. Closer, but still wrong. Liberté. Possibly, but the letter frequencies were off. Voltaire. Now that was interesting. The first few words began to resolve into something approaching French grammar. He continued the decryption, and the message emerged like a photograph developing in solution, blurry at first, then increasingly clear. The text, once decoded, was brief and alarming. A report of French troop movements in the Upper Nile, preparations for a garrison at Fashoda, supply lines being established through territories Britain considered within its own sphere of influence. The kind of intelligence that, if true, would demand an immediate response. The kind of intelligence that would cause his lordship the Foreign Secretary to summon ministers, to draft ultimatums, to perhaps even mobilise forces. The kind of intelligence, Mycroft thought, that was performing precisely the function its creator intended, looking authentic while being fundamentally false. He set down his pen and read the decoded message again, more slowly this time, looking not at what it said but at what it revealed about its author. The phrasing was formal but not bureaucratic, educated but not pedantic. The military details were specific enough to seem authoritative without being so detailed that they could be easily verified or disproven. And the timing, arriving just as negotiations over colonial boundaries were entering a delicate phase, was too convenient to be coincidence. Mycroft reached for his teacup, remembered it would be cold, drank it anyway. Cold tea was still tea, and the ritual mattered more than the temperature. Outside, the fog was beginning to thin as dawn proper arrived, that grey London dawn that never quite committed to being light, as if the sun itself was being diplomatic about imposing too much clarity on a city that preferred its shadows. He would need to verify his suspicions, of course. That would require additional information. Specifically, he needed the companion message, the other half of this carefully crafted deception. His sources had indicated there was a second communication, a follow-up that would either confirm or contradict the first, and to retrieve that, he would need someone trustworthy, someone capable, someone who could move through London with the unremarkable competence that made for the best courier in sensitive matters. He would need Dr. John Watson. Mycroft pulled a fresh sheet of paper toward him, this one bearing his personal watermark, not the official Foreign Office stationery, which was too formal for what he had in mind, but his own correspondence paper, cream-coloured and expensive without being ostentatious. He uncapped his pen and began to write, his handwriting precise and unhurried despite the urgency of the situation. The note would be brief, polite, and would give Watson just enough information to understand the task without revealing its full context. That was another art Mycroft had perfected over the years, the calibrated disclosure, the carefully measured trust. Watson was loyal, thorough, and had the additional advantage of being connected to Sherlock without being Sherlock, a distinction that mattered more often than one might think. As he wrote, the Foreign Office continued its morning awakening around him, footsteps in distant corridors, doors opening and closing, the soft murmur of voices as the day staff arrived and began their sorting through the previous night's dispatches. Somewhere below, a kettle whistled. Somewhere above, a window was opened to let in the morning air, fog and all. The machinery of empire was warming up, preparing for another day of treaties and tensions, of maps being studied and futures being negotiated by men who had never seen the places they were so confidently dividing. Mycroft finished his note, blotted it carefully, and folded it into an envelope. He would have it delivered to Baker Street within the hour, and then, while Watson made his way across London, Mycroft would continue his work, verifying his hypothesis, preparing for the counter-move that this elaborate deception would require. Because that was the thing about fog, about deception, about the carefully constructed lies that moved between empires. They only worked if no one could see through them, and seeing through things, whether mist or a machination, was precisely what the Holmes brothers did best, each in his own way. Outside, London continued its morning, indifferent to the quiet battle being waged in its name, oblivious to the fact that somewhere between the Osseseam teacups and the encoded messages, the fate of distant rivers and remote outposts was being decided by a man whose name would never appear in the dispatches, whose victory would be measured in wars that never happened, in crises that were quietly deflated before they could explode. Mycroft sealed the envelope, wrote Watson's address in his careful hand, and set it aside for the messenger. Then he returned to the decoded message, reading it once more, committing it to memory. Not just the words, but the spaces between them, the story they were trying to tell and the truth they were trying to hide. The fog pressed against his window, patient and persistent, and Mycroft smiled his ghost of a smile once more. Let them try their elaborate deceptions. Let them craft their perfect ciphers and their convenient leaks. He would be here, in his cluttered office overlooking the park, drinking cold tea and reading between the lines, doing the work that kept the Empire's wheels turning and its secrets safe. It was, he thought, a good morning for unravelling a mystery. And in London, in the autumn of 1893, mysteries were the one commodity that never ran short. The decoded message lay before Mycroft like a specimen pinned for examination, its secrets exposed yet somehow still withholding their deepest truths. He had moved beyond the simple act of decryption now. That was merely the mechanical part, the translation of chaos into order, and had entered the more delicate territory of interpretation. What did the message mean? More importantly, what did it want him to think it meant? The morning light, such as it was, had strengthened enough to turn the fog from black to grey to that peculiar pearl colour that London wore like a favourite old coat. Mycroft rose from his desk, his joints protesting slightly. He was not yet 40, but his sedentary profession had awarded him the stiffness of a much older man, a fact he accepted with the same philosophical resignation he applied to most physical inconveniences. He crossed to the window and looked down at St. James's Park, where early risers were beginning their constitutional walks along paths still slick with overnight rain. The park was a study in contrasts, as was all of London if one bothered to notice. Elegant plane trees stood like sentries over flower beds that would bloom spectacularly in spring, but now, in late October, held only the architectural bones of the gardener's ambition. A woman in a threadbare shawl hurried along the path, carrying a basket that probably contained laundry bound for one of the great houses in Belgravia. A gentleman in a silk top hat strolled in the opposite direction, swinging his walking stick with the casual arrogance of someone who had never wondered where his next meal would come from. They passed each other without acknowledgement, moving through entirely different Londons that happened to occupy the same physical space. Empire, Mycroft reflected, was rather like that. Park. Everyone occupied the same map, but the reality each person inhabited was entirely distinct. The diplomat and the docker, the Maharaja and the missionary, the soldier and the civil servant, all subjects of the crown, all living under the Union Jack, all experiencing completely different versions of what that actually meant. And it was Mycroft's job, in his peculiar, unofficial capacity, to understand all those versions simultaneously, to see how they connected and conflicted, to predict where the tensions might snap and where they might be safely managed. The decoded French message was, in its way, a perfect miniature of that larger dynamic. It purported to describe troop movements near Fashoda, a remote outpost in the Sudan that most British citizens couldn't locate on a map and didn't care about. But Fashoda wasn't really about Fashoda. It was about the Nile, and the Nile wasn't really about water. It was about the route to India. And India wasn't really about India, it was about the idea of empire itself, the notion that Britain could and should paint a continuous line of red from Cairo to the Cape, from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean. The French, naturally, had their own ideas about that line. They wanted it to run horizontally rather than vertically, from the Atlantic to the Red Sea, connecting their West African colonies with their interests in the Horn of Africa. Where the British line and the French line intersected, at places like Fashoda, there lay the potential for what diplomats delicately called incidents, and what soldiers more honestly called war. Mycroft returned to his desk and pulled a large atlas from the shelf behind him, the leather binding worn soft from frequent consultation. He opened it to the map of Africa, that vast continent that European cartographers had only recently stopped decorating with illustrations of elephants and inscriptions reading "Here be dragons." The modern map was filled with borders now, though half of them were disputed, and the other half was simply invented by men in London and Paris and Berlin who had never set foot in the territories they were so confidently dividing. He traced the Nile with one finger, following its improbable course from the Great Lakes through the Sudah through Egypt to the Mediterranean. Fashoda sat at a strategic point along that route, a place where whoever controlled the river could, in theory, threaten Egypt, and whoever threatened Egypt threatened the Suez Canal, and whoever threatened the canal threatened the entire architecture of British imperial communications. It was a domino chain of strategic anxieties, and the decoded message was designed to make the first domino wobble. The message reported that France was sending 3 companies of infantry to reinforce Fashoda, along with artillery and engineering corps to build permanent fortifications. If true, it would represent a significant escalation, a move from exploratory expedition to military occupation. It would demand a British response, probably a counter-deployment, possibly a diplomatic ultimatum, conceivably even military action. And that response, Mycroft understood, was precisely what someone wanted to provoke. He sat back down and began making notes, his pen moving across the paper in that same methodical rhythm, building his case point by point like a barrister constructing an argument. First, the timing. The message had been intercepted just as negotiations over colonial boundaries were entering a crucial phase. Too convenient. Second, the accessibility. The cipher was sophisticated enough to appear legitimate, but simple enough that any competent cryptanalyst at the Foreign Office could break it within a day. Too easy. Third, the content, specific enough to seem authoritative, vague enough that it couldn't be quickly verified or disproven. Too perfect. But the most telling detail was one of absence. The message contained no contextual information, no reference to previous communications, no administrative markers that would normally accompany a genuine military dispatch. It existed in isolation, a complete thought with no before or after, like a paragraph torn from the middle of a novel. Real communications, especially military ones, were always embedded in a web of references, order numbers, date stamps, acknowledgements of received instructions. This message had none of that. It was a story, not a report, fiction dressed as fact. Mycroft allowed himself a moment of appreciation for the craft involved. Creating a convincing forgery was harder than most people realized. It required not just technical skill with codes and ciphers, but psychological insight into how the target would think, what they would fear, what would make them react without taking time to question. Whoever had created this message understood the British anxiety about French intentions, understood that the Foreign Office was primed to believe the worst, understood that in the fog of imperial competition, ambiguous intelligence was often treated as confirmed fact, simply because it aligned with pre-existing suspicions. It was, in a word, elegant. And elegance in deception always made Mycroft slightly wary, because elegant deceptions were usually the work of intelligent adversaries, and intelligent adversaries were the ones who could actually pose a threat. The gas lamp on his desk flickered slightly, a reminder that it had been burning for hours and would need its reservoir refilled soon. The fire in the grate had subsided to embers, though the room retained a stuffy warmth that smelled of coal smoke and old paper. Outside, the sounds of London had intensified as the city moved into its working day proper. The rumble of omnibuses, the shouts of street vendors, the complex percussion of a city of 6 million souls, all going about their individual purposes that somehow, miraculously, failed to result in complete chaos. Mycroft stood again, partly to stretch his legs and partly because he thought better when moving. He paced the narrow space between his desk and the window, 3 steps forward, 3 steps back, a pattern he had worn into the carpet over 7 years of thinking. His mind was arranging the pieces, looking for the pattern within the pattern, the intention beneath the deception. If the message was designed to provoke a British overreaction, then the question became, to what end? The obvious answer was that France wanted Britain to make the first aggressive move, to be seen as the aggressor in the eyes of other European powers. That would give France diplomatic cover for their own actions, would allow them to position themselves as the reasonable party responding to British imperialism, rather than as fellow imperialists competing for the same territory. But there was a more subtle possibility, and Mycroft found himself drawn to it the way his brother Sherlock was drawn to the most baroque explanations for simple crimes. What if the goal wasn't to provoke British action, but to test British intelligence? What if someone was curious to see how quickly the Foreign Office could decode intercepted messages, how they analysed intelligence, what their response protocols looked like? In that case, The message was less a trap than a probe, a diagnostic tool designed to reveal British capabilities. That thought was troubling enough that Mycroft stopped pacing and returned to his desk. If that was the true purpose, then simply not reacting to the message would itself be revealing. It would indicate that Britain had seen through the deception, which would tell an observant adversary a great deal about British analytical sophistication. But overreacting would be worse, would make Britain look foolish and trigger happy. The correct response then was something in between, a measured acknowledgement that the message had been received and decoded, but a response that didn't reveal how thoroughly the deception had been understood. Diplomatic chess. Mycroft was quite good at it, though he found it occasionally exhausting. Every move had to be calculated not just for its immediate effect, but for what it revealed about one's ability to calculate, which in turn affected how future moves would be interpreted. It was like playing chess against an opponent who was simultaneously trying to deduce your skill level from your moves while you tried to deduce theirs, all while actual chess pieces moved around an actual board with actual consequences. He reached for his tea again, remembered it was cold, drank it anyway. The ritual was comforting even when the tea itself had gone beyond redemption. He had developed a taste for cold tea over the years, much as he had developed a taste for long hours and complex problems, and the particular satisfaction of seeing 3 moves ahead of everyone else in the room. The analysis was coming together now, crystallizing into certainty. The message was a deliberate plant designed either to provoke or to probe, or most cleverly, to accomplish both objectives simultaneously depending on how Britain responded. The appropriate counter-move was to acknowledge it without overreacting, to show that British intelligence was competent enough to receive and decode the message, but not sophisticated enough to see through the deception, or at least to appear not sophisticated enough, which was a different thing entirely. But to craft that careful response, Mycroft needed more information. Specifically, he needed the second message. The companion communication that his sources had indicated was making its way through different channels. That message, he suspected, would either confirm or contradict the first, and the nature of that confirmation or contradiction would reveal the true purpose of the deception. Which meant he needed Dr. Watson. Mycroft returned to the note he had written earlier, rereading it with a critical eye. It was appropriately vague, appropriately courteous, and would give Watson just enough information to complete the task, without burdening him with context that wasn't necessary for a simple courier mission. The doctor was reliable, discreet, and had the useful quality of not asking questions that didn't directly pertain to the task at hand. Unlike Sherlock, who would demand to know every detail, and then proceed to critique Mycroft's methodology while secretly admiring it. The thought of his brother brought a wry smile to Mycroft's face. Sherlock was brilliant, certainly, perhaps even more naturally gifted than Mycroft in certain narrow domains. But Sherlock's brilliance was the kind that required movement, observation, the physical engagement with crime scenes and witnesses, and the material evidence of human transgression. Mycroft's brilliance was more sedentary, more cerebral, better suited to the quiet work of reading reports and connecting patterns that existed only on paper, in the abstract space where policies and possibilities intersected. Neither approach was superior, Mycroft thought, merely different. Sherlock was a microscope, examining individual cases in exquisite detail. Mycroft was a telescope, looking at the larger patterns that individual cases formed. Both were necessary. Both, in their way, served the same ultimate purpose of bringing order to chaos, even if Sherlock's chaos involved cocaine and murder, while Mycroft's involved treaties and troop deployments. The clock on the mantelpiece, an ornate French thing that had been a gift from some diplomat or other, Mycroft couldn't quite remember, chimed the hour, 8 o'clock. The Foreign Office would be fully awake now, junior clerks sorting through the night's telegrams, senior officials reading summaries over their breakfast kippers, the Foreign Secretary himself probably in his office already, preparing for whatever crises the day would present. And it would present crises. It always did. Empire was an ongoing crisis, really, a constant state of managed emergency, of borders that needed defending and interests that needed protecting, and distant corners of the map that needed attention, before they burst into flames that could spread back to London. Mycroft sometimes wondered what it would be like to work in a small, stable country, with no imperial ambitions, somewhere like Switzerland perhaps, where the biggest diplomatic challenge was negotiating chocolate tariffs and making sure the trains ran on time. Peaceful, certainly. But also, he suspected, rather boring. He was not built for boredom, Mycroft had long ago concluded. His mind needed problems the way other men needed food, needed the complex architecture of geopolitical puzzles, the satisfaction of seeing how all the pieces connected even when the picture they formed was troubling. And this particular puzzle, with its elegant cipher and its careful deception, was exactly the kind of problem he found most engaging. He folded the note to Watson and sealed it with wax, pressing his personal seal into the soft red blob, a simple MH with no other ornamentation. Ostentation in seals was for men who needed to remind others of their importance. Mycroft's importance was the kind that existed precisely because it didn't announce itself. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Enter," he called, his voice carrying the peculiar quality of a man who rarely needed to raise it to be obeyed. A young clerk entered, barely old enough to shave, his collar starched to the point of cruelty. "Sir, the minister has requested the overnight summaries." "They're on the side table," Mycroft indicated with a slight gesture, "marked with red ribbon." The clerk retrieved them with careful hands as if they might explode, which, in a sense, they might. Information was the most volatile substance in the Foreign Office, more dangerous than gunpowder because its effects were less predictable. "And see that this is delivered to Baker Street immediately," Mycroft added, holding out the sealed note. 221B, Dr. John Watson. It's to be placed directly in his hands, no one else's. "Yes, sir. Immediately, sir." The clerk took the envelope with the same careful reverence, as if Mycroft's personal correspondence carried weight beyond its physical mass, which, of course, it did. After the clerk departed, Mycroft returned his attention to the decoded message. He would need to draft a response eventually, something that struck exactly the right tone of concerned acknowledgement without alarm, awareness without panic. But that could wait until he had the second message, until he understood the full scope of the deception being attempted. For now he had done what needed doing, unravelled the cipher, identified the deception, set in motion the retrieval of additional information. The rest was waiting, watching, thinking. The parts of the job that no one saw, the hours of contemplation that made the moments of decision possible. Outside his window, London continued its daily performance. The fog was lifting properly now, revealing the city in its full Victorian complexity. The gleaming carriages and the coal-smudged chimney sweeps, the grand buildings and the narrow alleys, the Empire's proud capital, and the ordinary city where ordinary people lived, ordinary lives, mostly unaware that men in offices were making decisions about rivers in Africa and codes from France, and the delicate balance of power that kept the whole impossible system functioning. Mycroft settled back into his chair, picked up his pen, and began writing his analysis, documenting his reasoning for the files that would, perhaps, be read by future analysts trying to understand how this particular crisis was managed or averted. The work was unglamorous, anonymous, essential, which was exactly how Mycroft preferred it. The cipher was broken, the deception was understood, and somewhere across London, Dr. Watson would soon be reading a note that would draw him into a small, quiet adventure that he would never write about in the Strand magazine, because some adventures were meant to remain secret, even from history, especially from history. The morning arrived at 221B Baker Street in stages, as it always did in that peculiar household. First came the sounds from below, Mrs. Hudson's kettle whistling in her kitchen, the soft clatter of breakfast things being arranged, the creak of floorboards as she moved about her morning rituals with the practised efficiency of someone who had been keeping house for difficult lodgers long enough to know that efficiency was the only reliable defence against chaos. Then came the sounds from within, the rustle of newspaper pages being turned, the soft scrape of a butter knife against toast, the occasional clink of teacup against saucer. Dr. John Watson sat at the breakfast table in his shirt sleeves, his collar unbuttoned in deference to the early hour and the absence of any pressing need to look respectable. His hair, greying at the temples in that way that made him look distinguished rather than old, was still slightly dishevelled from sleep. Before him lay the Times, open to the foreign news section, and a plate containing what remained of his breakfast: toast with marmalade, a rasher of bacon that had gone slightly cold, and half a boiled egg that he'd been too distracted to finish. The flat smelled of tobacco smoke and old leather, of Mrs. Hudson's tea and the peculiar chemical odours that sometimes drifted from Sherlock's corner, where various experiments in different states of completion cluttered every available surface. It was a comfortable smell, Watson had decided long ago, the smell of home as he'd come to understand it after years of sharing rooms with a consulting detective whose notion of domesticity was unconventional at best. Sherlock Holmes himself was not yet visible, though Watson could hear occasional sounds from his bedroom, the scrape of a drawer, the soft thud of something being moved, the general acoustic evidence of someone going through the complex morning ritual of becoming Sherlock Holmes, which was apparently more involved than simply getting dressed. Watson had learned not to disturb his friend during these morning preparations. Holmes emerged when Holmes was ready, and attempting to accelerate the process only resulted in cryptic complaints about the impossibility of thinking clearly when one's privacy was being violated by well-meaning interruptions. Watson turned a page of the newspaper, his eyes scanning an article about tensions in the Sudan without really absorbing the details. His mind was elsewhere, partly on the day ahead. He had 2 patients to visit in the afternoon, one a wealthy widow in Kensington with imaginary ailments and real money, the other a dock worker in Bermondsey with real ailments and imaginary money, which meant Watson would treat both and be paid by one, and partly on nothing in particular, that pleasant morning mental drift that was one of the underappreciated luxuries of middle age. The knock at the door came just as he was pouring his second cup of tea. Not Mrs. Hudson's familiar knock, but something more formal, more official. Watson glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece, 8:30, rather early for visitors, and called out, "Come in." The young man who entered was clearly a government clerk, though Watson couldn't have explained exactly how he knew this, beyond a general impression of nervous efficiency in clothing that was too formal for the hour, but too modest for aristocracy. The clerk held an envelope as if it contained something fragile or potentially dangerous, which, in Watson's experience of government correspondence, it very well might. "Dr. John Watson?" the clerk asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer and was merely observing the formalities. "I am he," Watson replied, setting down his teacup. "A message, sir, from Whitehall. I was instructed to place it directly in your hands." The clerk extended the envelope with both hands like an offering, or perhaps like something he was relieved to be rid of. Watson accepted it, noting the quality of the paper and the wax seal, a simple MH, pressed into red wax. He knew that seal, had seen it before on the rare occasions when Mycroft Holmes deigned to communicate directly, rather than through his usual channels of oblique influence and carefully orchestrated coincidence. "Thank you," Watson said. His reply expected. "I was not informed of that, sir, only to deliver the message promptly." Watson nodded, and the clerk departed with visible relief, his footsteps quick on the stairs as if he was escaping some vaguely perceived danger. Watson turned the envelope over in his hands, feeling its weight, noting that it was sealed but not marked as urgent or confidential, which meant either it wasn't particularly sensitive or, more likely, was so sensitive that marking it as such would draw unwanted attention. He broke the seal and unfolded the single sheet of cream-coloured paper. The handwriting was Mycroft's, precise, economical, each letter formed with the kind of care that suggested the writer's mind was always several words ahead of his pen. "My dear Dr. Watson, I find myself in need of a small service that requires discretion, reliability, and the ability to navigate London's less formal channels of commerce and communication. As you possess all 3 qualities in abundance, I hope you will forgive the imposition of this morning request. There is a bookseller in Soho, name of Albright, whose establishment can be found on Greek Street, number 47, between a French cafe and an Italian grocer. He's expecting a delivery today, a particular volume, bound in brown leather, unremarkable in every respect except that I have need of it. I would be grateful if you could collect this item and deliver it to my office at the Foreign Office before the afternoon. The matter is not urgent in the dramatic sense, but is important in the quieter ways that such things sometimes are. Your discretion, as always, is appreciated beyond measure. Yours in perpetual obligation, M.H. Watson read the note twice, the second time looking for what was not said as much as for what was. Mycroft Holmes did not deal in trivialities, which meant the book was either not actually a book, or was a book that contained something else, or was a metaphor for something entirely different that would become clear only when Watson arrived at the bookseller's. The elaborate politeness of the request was pure Mycroft. That careful courtesy that made even commands feel like invitations, that made one feel honoured to be running errands for the British Empire's most powerful civil servant who officially didn't exist. "What's that?" Sherlock's voice came from the doorway. Watson looked up to find his friend now fully dressed, already smoking his first pipe of the morning, his sharp eyes fixed on the note with the kind of predatory interest a cat might show toward a particularly intriguing mouse. "A note from your brother," Watson replied, folding the paper carefully. "Ah." Sherlock crossed the room and threw himself into his armchair with that peculiar boneless grace that suggested he was either entirely relaxed or coiled with barely contained energy. With Holmes, the two states were often indistinguishable. "What does Mycroft want?" "No, don't tell me. Let me deduce." "Must you?" Watson asked, though without any real hope that the question would be heeded. "He's written on his personal stationery rather than official Foreign Office paper, which suggests this is not an official matter, or at least not one he wishes to appear official. The message was delivered by hand rather than through the post, indicating time sensitivity. The messenger was a junior clerk. You haven't moved since he left, which means you're still thinking about whatever was in the note, which means it's not a social invitation, but something requiring thought and probably action. Sherlock drew on his pipe, exhaling smoke that caught the morning light streaming through the window. "He's asked you to collect something, hasn't he? Something that needs to be retrieved personally rather than sent through normal channels. And he's asked you specifically because you're trustworthy, discreet, and unlike me, unlikely to find the assignment beneath your dignity or uninteresting enough to ignore," Watson sighed. "You've been listening at doors again." "I have not," Sherlock said with genuine indignation. "I was merely applying basic logical deduction to observable facts. If I had been listening at doors, I would know what Mycroft wants collected, and I would have critiqued his choice of messenger while secretly acknowledging that you're actually the better choice for this particular task, whatever it is." "He wants me to collect a book from a shop in Soho," Watson said, deciding there was no point in withholding information that Sherlock would eventually extract through sheer persistence. "A book?" Sherlock's tone suggested quotation marks around the word. "And is it actually a book, or is book one of Mycroft's typically transparent euphemisms for something diplomatically sensitive that needs to be moved around London without attracting attention? The note specifically mentions a volume bound in brown leather, which tells us nothing except that Mycroft is being deliberately vague, which means whatever you're collecting is either genuinely a book with information that can't be telegraphed or photographed, or it's not a book at all but rather a document disguised as a book, or it's both, information concealed within an actual volume. Soho, you said. Greek Street, a bookseller named Albright. Sherlock leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued despite his attempt to appear casually dismissive. Albright's shop, I know it. Rather dusty establishment, specialises in continental literature, frequents the estate sales of deceased Europeans who came to London with their libraries and died before they could properly organise them. The sort of place where one might plausibly find anything from Molière to contemporary French political theory without raising eyebrows. You think the book is French? I think Mycroft is involved in something related to France, which at this particular moment in history means either colonial tensions in Africa, or naval competition in the Mediterranean, or trade negotiations or any of a dozen other areas where British and French interests are performing their perpetual dance of alliance and antagonism. Sherlock stood and crossed to the window, looking down at Baker Street where the morning traffic was beginning to thicken. And whatever it is, he needs information that's either too sensitive to transmit through official channels or needs to be verified as authentic through personal inspection. Watson finished his tea, which had gone tepid during the conversation. You seem to be taking quite an interest in your brother's errands, only because they are usually more interesting than they initially appear. Sherlock turned from the window, his expression showing that peculiar mixture of affection and rivalry that characterised his relationship with Mycroft. My brother occupies a unique position in the government. He is the government in many respects, or at least the part of the government that thinks rather than simply reacts. When Mycroft sends a trusted associate to collect something from a bookshop, it's not idle curiosity or bibliophilia. It's because some piece of information exists in physical form that needs to be moved from one place to another without leaving a trail in the official records. You could simply ask him what this is about, Watson suggested, knowing even as he said it what the response would be. And he would tell me as much as he felt I needed to know and not a syllable more. Mycroft is congenitally incapable of sharing information unless he's already decided it should be shared. It's simultaneously his greatest strength as a strategist and his most infuriating quality as a brother. Sherlock returned to his chair and picked up his own morning paper, which he hadn't yet opened. "When are you meant to collect this mysterious volume?" "He said before afternoon. I thought I'd go this morning after breakfast." "I'll accompany you." "That's not necessary." "It's absolutely necessary," Sherlock interrupted. "Not because you need protection or guidance, Watson, but because I'm intensely curious about what Mycroft is up to, and the only way to satisfy that curiosity is to observe the situation firsthand. Besides, I haven't had a proper walk in days, and Soho in the morning is always entertaining. The neighbourhood wakes up later than the rest of London, and there's something pleasantly decadent about watching it emerge from its nocturnal activities into reluctant daylight." Watson recognised the futility of arguing. When Sherlock decided to involve himself in something, deterring him required more energy than simply accepting his participation. "Very well, but we're going as associates, not as detective and assistant. I'm doing a favour for your brother, not investigating a case." "Of course," Sherlock agreed with a smile that suggested he made no such distinction. "Merely a pleasant morning walk to collect a book. Nothing could be simpler or more innocent." Which was precisely why Watson felt certain the morning would be anything but simple, and probably not entirely innocent either. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway with fresh tea and the expression of someone who had heard enough of the conversation to know that her lodgers were about to embark on something that would almost certainly result in them missing lunch. "Will you gentlemen be wanting sandwiches prepared?" "That would be most thoughtful, Mrs. Hudson," Watson replied. "We're just going to Soho and back." "Just to Soho, he says," Mrs. Hudson muttered, retreating toward the stairs. "Nothing ever stays just anything with you two." Watson couldn't really argue with that assessment. He finished his breakfast, now thoroughly cold, and went to his room to make himself presentable for a journey across London. As he tied his tie and shrugged into his jacket, he could hear Sherlock moving about the sitting room, that restless energy building like pressure in a kettle. It was, Watson thought as he checked his appearance in the mirror, going to be an interesting morning. Mycroft's requests always were, even when they presented themselves as simple errands. And with Sherlock now involved, the chances of the task remaining simple had dropped to approximately 0. But that, he reflected with a slight smile, was rather the point of his life these days. Simple would have been staying in practice exclusively, treating patients and never venturing beyond the routine of Victorian medical life. He had chosen otherwise, had chosen rooms with a consulting detective, had chosen adventures over security. And if that meant collecting mysterious books from Soho bookshops at the behest of Mycroft Holmes, while his brother provided running commentary on the political implications, well, there were certainly worse ways to spend a Thursday morning in London. He rejoined Sherlock in the sitting room. His friend was already at the door, hat in hand, the morning pipe abandoned in favour of action. "Ready?" Sherlock asked. "As I'll ever be," Watson replied, and together they descended the stairs, out into the London morning, toward whatever small mystery was waiting for them in a dusty bookshop on Greek Street, and whatever larger mystery that small one was a piece of. London in late October presented itself in layers, like a painting still wet enough that the colours bled into one another at the edges. Watson and Holmes emerged from Baker Street into air that tasted of coal smoke and approaching rain, that peculiar Thames-flavoured dampness that settled into clothing and hair, and remained there like a persistent memory long after one had gone indoors. The fog had lifted enough to reveal the city properly, but its ghost remained in the softened edges of buildings, in the way sounds seemed to arrive from slightly wrong directions, muffled and redirected by air that was more water than oxygen. They walked south toward Oxford Street, Sherlock setting a pace that was brisk without being hurried, the stride of a man who moved through London as if the city were an extension of his own mind, every street and alley catalogued and cross-referenced for future utility. Watson matched his pace easily. The army had taught him to walk for hours without complaint, and the years since had not entirely eroded that particular skill, even if his leg occasionally reminded him that old wounds had long memories. Oxford Street was already thick with traffic, that great river of commerce and humanity that flowed east and west regardless of weather or season. Omnibuses lumbered along like patient elephants, their upper decks crowded with passengers who had paid an extra penny for the privilege of sitting in the open air and the probability of arriving at their destinations slightly damp. Hansoms wove between the larger vehicles with the aggressive confidence of sparrows harassing crows, their drivers shouting elaborate insults at one another that had evolved into almost a separate language, incomprehensible to outsiders, but perfectly clear in intent to those fluent in the dialect of London traffic disputes. The shop windows they passed told the story of a city at the height of its imperial confidence. Drapers displayed fabrics from India and China, their windows announcing sales in gold leaf lettering that caught what little light the morning offered. A jeweller's shop glittered with diamonds from South Africa, the stones arranged in patterns that seemed designed to hypnotise passing ladies into suddenly discovering urgent needs for new bracelets. A tobacconist's window featured an elaborate display of pipes and cigars from every corner of the empire, a map of British influence rendered in smoke and luxury goods. "Mycroft's been worried about the French again," Sherlock said abruptly, his eyes fixed ahead but his mind clearly elsewhere. "I can tell by the frequency of his correspondence and the quality of his handwriting. When he's managing routine matters, his letters are brief and his penmanship is careless. When he's genuinely concerned, he takes more care with both composition and execution. That note you received this morning showed definite signs of careful drafting." "And from this you deduce an international crisis?" Watson asked, though he'd long ago learned that Sherlock's leaps of logic usually had firmer ground beneath them than initially appeared. "Not a crisis, precisely. Mycroft doesn't do crises. He prevents them, which is an entirely different skill set. But something is occupying his attention more than usual, and given the current state of Anglo-French relations, particularly regarding their respective ambitions in Africa, it's not difficult to guess the general direction of his concerns." Sherlock navigated around a woman selling flowers from a basket, her roses already beginning to wilt in the damp air, their scent briefly cutting through the omnipresent smell of horse and coal. "The book you're collecting is almost certainly connected to whatever has him exercised. Information that needed to be physically moved rather than telegraphed, which suggests either it's too sensitive to risk interception, or it requires authentication that only a physical inspection can provide." They turned south off Oxford Street, descending into Soho through streets that narrowed and grew more cosmopolitan with each block. Here the shop signs began appearing in multiple languages: French, Italian, German, occasionally Hebrew or Greek. Soho had always been London's immigrant quarter, the place where the city absorbed the continent's refugees and radicals, its artists and anarchists, its political exiles and economic migrants who had heard that London was a place where, if you couldn't quite thrive, you could at least survive without anyone asking too many questions about your past. The character of the neighbourhood changed as they walked, becoming scruffier but somehow more alive. The grand shops of Oxford Street gave way to smaller establishments: tailors who specialised in continental cuts, cafes that served coffee instead of tea, grocers whose windows featured cheeses and salamis that looked vaguely scandalous to English sensibilities. The people on the streets moved differently here, talked differently, the cadences of French and Italian mixing with London accents into something entirely unique, a linguistic stew that belonged only to this particular patch of the city. Greek Street, when they reached it, was narrow and crooked, the buildings leaning toward one another across the cobblestones as if sharing secrets, or simply seeking mutual support against the weight of their own age. The French cafe Mycroft had mentioned occupied the ground floor of a building that had been plastered so many times its walls had achieved a texture like geological strata, each layer representing a different era of Soho's endless regeneration. Through its windows, Watson could see a handful of patrons drinking coffee and reading newspapers, their cigarette smoke adding to the general atmospheric opacity. The Italian grocer next door was more animated, its proprietor visible in the doorway arguing with a delivery boy about the quality of some vegetables that apparently failed to meet his exacting standards. The argument was conducted in a mixture of Italian and English, liberally seasoned with gestures that would have communicated the essential points even without language. Between these two establishments, almost apologetically squeezed into the available space, stood number 47, Albright's bookshop. The window was dark with accumulated grime and crowded with volumes that appeared to have been arranged there sometime during the previous decade and never reconsidered. A sign above the door announced W. Albright, bookseller, in lettering that had once been gilt, but was now mostly memory. The shop looked, Watson thought, exactly like the kind of place where secrets might be exchanged disguised as a literature. "Shall we?" Sherlock asked, gesturing toward the door with mock courtesy. Watson pushed it open, and a bell above the frame announced their entry with a tired jingle that suggested it had long since given up any enthusiasm for its role. The shop's interior was dim, lit only by what little daylight could penetrate the grimy window and the glow of a single oil lamp burning somewhere in the back. The smell hit Watson immediately. Old paper and leather and that peculiar musty scent of books that had absorbed decades of London air, of tobacco smoke and coal dust and the accumulated breath of everyone who had ever opened their pages. The shop was larger than its exterior suggested, extending back into shadows that seemed to have physical substance. Every available surface held books, the shelves that lined the walls from floor to ceiling certainly, but also stacks on the floor, piles on a desk near the window, towers on a small table that wobbled under their weight. The organisational system, if one existed, was invisible to casual inspection. French novels leaned against English histories, which supported German philosophy, which was topped with what appeared to be a medical text in Latin. It was chaos, but the kind of chaos that suggested deep familiarity on the part of someone who knew exactly where everything was regardless of apparent disorder. Yes, a voice emerged from the back of the shop, followed eventually by its owner. Mr. Albright was thin to the point of appearing two-dimensional, dressed in a waistcoat that had seen better days and shirt sleeves protected by paper cuffs that rustled slightly as he moved. He wore thick spectacles that magnified his eyes to slightly alarming proportions, giving him the appearance of a scholarly owl that had evolved into approximately human form. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" "I believe you have a volume set aside," Watson said, "reserved for collection. The name is Watson." Recognition flickered across Albright's face, followed immediately by something that might have been nervousness, or might simply have been his natural demeanour. "Ah, yes, Dr. Watson. It arrived this morning as promised. One moment, please." He disappeared into the shop's darker recesses, leaving Watson and Sherlock alone among the books. Sherlock immediately began examining the nearest volumes, not, Watson suspected, out of genuine interest, but from that compulsive need to gather information about any environment he found himself in. "Continental literature, as I said," Sherlock murmured, pulling out a volume and examining its spine. "Mostly French, some German, very little English except for translations. The stock turns over slowly. You can see from the dust patterns that many of these volumes haven't been touched in months, but certain sections are accessed regularly, there and there." He gestured toward areas where the dust was noticeably thinner. Political theory, contemporary history, diplomatic memoirs, the reading material of exiles and foreign ministry attachés, people who need to maintain connection with continental affairs while living in London. "Sometimes a bookshop is just a bookshop," Watson offered, though without much conviction. "Sometimes," Sherlock agreed. "But not, I think, this particular bookshop, not entirely." Albright returned, carrying a package wrapped in brown paper and tied, with string. It was approximately the size and shape of a book, which proved nothing except that whatever was inside was either a book or something masquerading convincingly as one. "Here we are," Albright said, extending the package with hands that trembled slightly. "All as requested. I was told to ensure it went only to Dr. Watson personally, so if you could perhaps—" He trailed off, the request for identification hanging unspoken in the air. Watson pulled out his card case and presented his calling card. Albright examined it with the careful attention of a man performing a ritual he'd been specifically instructed to complete, then nodded and released the package into Watson's hands. "Excellent, excellent. I trust everything is satisfactory. Please convey my regards to—" He paused, clearly uncertain how to refer to Mycroft without actually naming him. "To your mutual acquaintance." "I shall," Watson assured him, tucking the package under his arm. It was heavier than he expected, which suggested it actually was a book rather than merely documents. The weight was somehow reassuring, as if mass equalled authenticity. They emerged back onto Greek Street, where the morning had progressed into something attempting to resemble proper daylight, though London's autumn was never entirely committed to illumination. The Italian grocer had apparently won his argument with the delivery boy, who was now unloading crates with the resigned expression of someone who knew he'd been outmanoeuvred by a superior tactician. The French cafe continued its quiet existence, its patrons slowly working through their morning coffee, as if time was something that happened to other people. "Well," Sherlock said, looking at the package in Watson's hands with undisguised curiosity. Aren't you going to open it?" "Mycroft asked me to deliver it unopened to his office." "He asked you to deliver it, yes. He said nothing about whether it should remain unopened during delivery. We could reseal it easily enough afterward." "No," Watson said firmly. "Whatever this is, it's Mycroft's business, not ours. I agree to collect and deliver, not to investigate." Sherlock made a sound that might have been respect or might have been disappointment. With him, the two often sounded identical. "Your integrity is admirable, even when it's inconvenient." They began walking back north, retracing their steps through Soho's narrow streets. The neighbourhood was fully awake now, its shops opening, its residents emerging to begin whatever business occupied them on a Thursday morning. A group of Italian workmen passed, carrying ladders and paint pots, their conversation animated and incomprehensible. A woman in a faded dress swept the steps of a boarding house, her movements mechanical, her mind clearly elsewhere. A cat, thin and philosophical, watched them from a windowsill with the expression of someone who had seen everything London could offer and remained profoundly unimpressed. "You realise, this is almost certainly about Fashoda," Sherlock said after they'd walked in silence for several minutes. Watson glanced at him. "How do you arrive at that conclusion?" "Process of elimination. The current points of friction between Britain and France are limited and fairly predictable. Trade negotiations are ongoing but not urgent. Naval competition is a constant but not currently critical. The only matter generating genuine heat is the question of territorial claims in the Sudan, specifically around Fashoda. Mycroft wouldn't need to move information through unofficial channels unless it concerned something sensitive enough that official channels might be compromised or observed. Therefore, it's either about Fashoda or about something so far outside my ability to predict that I'll be genuinely surprised, which would be refreshing but seems statistically unlikely." They emerged onto Oxford Street again, back into the main current of London traffic. The contrast with Soho was immediate and almost jarring. Here everything was louder, faster, more aggressively British. The shop windows proclaimed their Englishness with almost defensive pride, as if aware that just a few streets south an entirely different London existed, one that spoke French over breakfast and considered tea an inferior beverage. "You could simply ask Mycroft what this is about," Watson suggested, repeating his earlier point, "and he would give me that look he reserves for questions he considers beneath my intelligence, and then he would tell me exactly what he'd already decided I should know, which would be carefully calculated to be simultaneously true and uninformative." Sherlock paused to allow a particularly aggressive hansom to pass. "My brother is brilliant at the large-scale strategic thinking that governing an empire requires. He can see patterns in global politics that elude everyone else, can predict how events in one corner of the world will ripple across to affect another. But he's also pathologically secretive, constitutionally incapable of simply explaining what he's doing and why. It's his greatest weakness, though he'd never admit it." They walked on, making good time now, the package secure under Watson's arm. The morning was wearing toward noon, the quality of light changing subtly as the sun made its inadequate attempt to penetrate London's perpetual haze. Watson found himself thinking about the package, about what it might contain, about the elaborate mechanisms required to move a book across London as if it were state secrets or military intelligence, which it probably was, he reflected, in some form or another. Mycroft's world was one Watson only glimpsed occasionally, and usually from the periphery. It was a world of codes and diplomacy, of information passed through channels both official and decidedly otherwise, of decisions made in quiet offices that affected events continents away. Watson's world was smaller, more immediate, the individual, patient rather than the population, the specific crime rather than the geopolitical pattern. Both were important, he supposed, just at different scales. "Do you ever wonder," Watson asked, "what it would be like to simply live an ordinary life? To practice medicine or investigate crimes without it always connecting to something larger? To have a day that was just a day, without codes and conspiracies and the weight of empires?" Sherlock considered the question seriously, which was one of the things Watson appreciated about him. He never dismissed a genuine inquiry, no matter how philosophical. "Sometimes," he admitted, "usually around 3 in the morning when I can't sleep and the city is as quiet as it ever gets. But then morning comes and someone arrives with a problem that needs solving, and I remember that ordinary would be insufferable. We're built for complication, Watson, you and I. We wouldn't know what to do with simple if it were handed to us on a silver platter with instructions. Probably not, Watson agreed, though it might be pleasant to try. It might, Sherlock allowed, but not today. Today we have mysterious books to deliver and brothers to frustrate with our refusal to be more curious than is strictly proper. They turned onto Baker Street, familiar territory now, but Watson knew they wouldn't be stopping. The package needed delivering, and delaying would only invite more questions from Sherlock, more temptation to investigate what was better left to Mycroft's handling. "Shall I accompany you to Whitehall?" Sherlock asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "I think Mycroft would prefer I came alone." "Undoubtedly. He always prefers things to happen exactly as he's orchestrated them, with minimal improvisation or unexpected variables." Sherlock smiled, that sharp expression that meant he was genuinely amused rather than simply being cutting. "Give him my regards. Tell him his little errand has been completed with Watson's characteristic efficiency and discretion, and without any interference from his less professionally secretive brother." "I'll tell him you are a perfect gentleman," Watson said. "Please don't. It would worry him. He's more comfortable when I'm being difficult. It confirms his assumptions about me." Watson left Sherlock at the corner and continued alone toward Whitehall, the package still secure under his arm, its contents still unknown but its importance somehow palpable in its weight. Whatever secrets it contained, whatever information Mycroft needed, it was now making its way through official channels, carried by an unofficial courier who asked no questions and expected no explanations. Which was, Watson reflected, exactly how these things worked in the shadows behind the Empire's grand facade. Quietly, personally, without fuss or record. History would never note that Dr. John Watson walked across London on an October morning carrying a book that wasn't quite a book, that his role in whatever diplomatic ballet was being performed existed in the margins and footnotes of official accounts. But the work was done nonetheless. The piece moved across the board as Mycroft had intended, the game continuing its elaborate progression toward checkmate or stalemate, or whatever outcome these great powers were manoeuvring toward in their endless, careful dance of alliance and opposition. The fog was returning as Watson walked, London drawing its familiar veil back across itself, and somewhere in Whitehall Mycroft Holmes waited for information that would help him see just a bit further through the mist than anyone else could manage. Watson returned to Baker Street as the afternoon was settling into that peculiar London twilight that arrived early in late October, the sun giving up its unequal struggle against fog and coal smoke sometime around 3 o'clock. His delivery to Mycroft had been brief and professional, the package exchanged for a nod of acknowledgement and a murmured "Most grateful, Doctor," and then Watson had been politely but efficiently ushered back out into Whitehall, his role in whatever was unfolding complete, or at least suspended until Mycroft required another service. The walk back had taken him through St. James's Park, where the trees were losing their leaves with the resigned patience of Londoners queuing for omnibuses, and past the palace, where guards stood with that peculiar British talent for being simultaneously vigilant and apparently asleep. The city was preparing for evening, gas lamps being lit along the streets, shops closing or transitioning into their evening trade, the whole complex organism of London shifting from its day rhythms to its night ones, in that continuous cycle that never quite stopped, only changed tempo. He climbed the familiar stairs to 221B, with the comfortable weariness of a man who had walked more miles than intended but couldn't quite regret the exercise. Mrs. Hudson appeared at her door as he passed, as she always did, that mysterious ability of landladies to know precisely when their tenants had returned without appearing to watch for them. "There's tea, Doctor, and I've set out cold chicken and bread in case you missed lunch, which I suspect you did," she said, with the long-suffering tone of someone who had learned that feeding consulting detectives and their associates was less a matter of regular meal times and more a campaign of strategic food placement in hopes something would be consumed before it spoiled. "You're a saint, Mrs. Hudson," Watson called back, meaning it sincerely. "I'm a sensible woman who knows better than to expect gratitude from men who think meals are optional," she replied, but her tone was affectionate beneath the complaint. Watson pushed open the door to the sitting room and found exactly the scene he'd expected. Sherlock sprawled in his armchair, legs extended toward the fire that crackled cheerfully in the grate, smoking his pipe with the dreamy concentration of someone either deep in thought or magnificently bored. The violin rested on the side table, suggesting it had been played recently, probably during Watson's absence. The afternoon newspapers lay scattered across the floor in a pattern that looked chaotic but probably made perfect sense to Sherlock, who had his own organisational logic that defied conventional understanding. "Ah, Watson," Sherlock said without opening his eyes or otherwise acknowledging Watson's presence beyond the words themselves. "Back from your diplomatic errand. And how did you find my brother? No, don't answer. I can deduce it from your demeanour." Mycroft was polite, grateful, and completely uninformative about what you'd actually delivered and why it mattered. He thanked you for your discretion, showed you to the door with perfect courtesy, and left you feeling simultaneously useful and entirely in the dark about what you'd been useful for. "That's remarkably accurate," Watson admitted, removing his coat and hanging it on the stand by the door. He crossed to the tea tray Mrs. Hudson had mentioned, pouring himself a cup that was still blessedly hot, and helped himself to a substantial piece of the cold chicken, suddenly aware he'd eaten nothing since his interrupted breakfast. "It's not remarkable, it's simply knowing Mycroft," Sherlock said, finally opening his eyes and regarding Watson with that sharp, penetrating gaze that suggested he was cataloguing every detail for future reference. "He has perfected the art of accepting help while revealing nothing, of being grateful without being explanatory. It's a skill that serves him well in his peculiar position, but is infuriating for those of us curious about what he's actually doing with the information we provide." Watson settled into his own chair, the one he'd occupied so many evenings over so many years that it had moulded itself to his shape. Or perhaps he had moulded himself to its shape. The distinction no longer mattered. The fire was warm, the tea was excellent, and the chicken was one of Mrs. Hudson's better efforts. It was, he reflected, pleasant to be home, even if home meant sharing rooms with a man who considered curiosity a form of professional obligation. "I assume you've spent the afternoon trying to deduce what Mycroft is working on from indirect evidence," Watson said. "Naturally. What else would I do with my time? There are no interesting cases at present. The criminal classes appear to be taking a holiday, or at least confining themselves to crimes so tedious that even Lestrade can handle them without assistance, which left me free to contemplate my brother's machinations and what they might reveal about current affairs." "And what have you concluded?" Sherlock sat up properly, the dreamy abstraction falling away to reveal the focused intensity that appeared when his mind had successfully organised its thoughts into presentable form. "That Mycroft is dealing with a situation involving both intelligence and counterintelligence, which is why he needed information physically transferred rather than sent through normal channels. The book you collected, and it was a book, I could tell from the way you carried it, the weight and shape, contained something that needed to be authenticated, something where physical inspection was crucial. That suggests either a cipher that could be forged in telegraph transcription, or a document whose provenance mattered as much as its content." Watson said nothing, merely sipped his tea and let Sherlock continue. There was no point in confirming or denying. Sherlock would reach his conclusions regardless, and Watson's ignorance was genuine enough that he couldn't have added useful information even if he'd wanted to. "The timing is significant," Sherlock continued, warming to his analysis. "French diplomatic activity has increased recently. I've noted it in the court circular, in the comings and goings at the Foreign Office, in the very quality of silence from Whitehall, which is always loudest when something important is being discussed. The Fashoda question hasn't been resolved, merely postponed, which means both sides are manoeuvring for advantage before the inevitable confrontation. And Mycroft, being Mycroft, is several moves ahead of everyone else, trying to determine not what France will do, but what France wants Britain to think they'll do, which is an entirely different and more subtle question." "You've given this considerable thought," Watson observed. "I've given it exactly as much thought as the problem deserves, which admittedly is considerable because it's one of the few interesting puzzles currently available." Sherlock stood and crossed to the window, looking down at Baker Street where the gas lamps were now fully lit, casting their warm glow on the evening traffic. Mycroft lives in a world of deliberate ambiguities, where truth and deception perform an elaborate dance, and the goal is not to determine which is which, but to understand the choreography. It's rather like being a detective, except the crimes haven't been committed yet and might never be committed if they're anticipated correctly. "That sounds exhausting," Watson said. "It is, which is why Mycroft rarely leaves his office, and why I prefer actual crimes to potential ones. There's something satisfying about a murder that's already happened. At least you know the parameters of the problem. Mycroft deals in murders that might occur if certain diplomatic negotiations fail, which is somehow both more important and less satisfying. Sherlock turned from the window, his expression showing that mixture of admiration and frustration he reserved for discussions of his brother. He's brilliant, of course. Possibly more brilliant than I am, though it pains me to admit it. But his brilliance operates at such a scale that individual details become invisible to him. He sees the forest so clearly he sometimes forgets that forests are made of individual trees. A knock at the door interrupted them. Not Mrs. Hudson's familiar knock, but something more tentative, almost apologetic. Watson called out permission to enter, and a young messenger appeared. The same clerk who had delivered Mycroft's note that morning, still wearing his too formal clothing and nervous expression. "Beg pardon, Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes," the clerk said, his eyes darting between them as if uncertain which was more intimidating. "But there's a gentleman downstairs asking to see you both. Says it's rather important." "Name?" Sherlock asked sharply. "He didn't give one, sir, but he said to tell you he's come from Whitehall and that Dr. Watson would understand the reference." Watson and Sherlock exchanged glances. "Show him up," Sherlock said. The clerk disappeared, and moments later Mycroft Holmes filled the doorway, because that was the only word that adequately described his presence. Filled. He was a large man, Mycroft, not merely in physical dimensions, but in the sense of occupying more space than his body strictly required. He carried with him an atmosphere of importance, of decisions being made and empires being managed, all wrapped in the exterior of a prosperous gentleman in an excellent coat and carrying a walking stick he clearly didn't need for support. "Mycroft," Sherlock said with exaggerated surprise. "How unprecedented. You've left your office. Should I check the newspapers for reports of governmental collapse?" "Your wit is as subtle as ever, Sherlock," Mycroft replied, stepping into the room with the careful movements of a man who knew his size and had learned to navigate smaller spaces with appropriate caution. "May I?" He gestured toward Watson's chair. "Please," Watson said, standing. "I'll fetch another from my room." "Nonsense. I shan't be long." But Mycroft settled into the chair anyway, with that slight sigh of relief that suggested he'd been on his feet longer than his constitution preferred. "I wanted to thank Dr. Watson personally for his assistance this morning, and to explain, in general terms, what his help accomplished." "I'm intrigued," Sherlock said, returning to his own chair with the coiled alertness of a cat that had spotted something worth pursuing. "You never explain anything unless you've decided the explanation serves a purpose, which means you need something else, or you want us to know something specific for reasons that will become clear only in retrospect." "Perhaps I simply want to satisfy my brother's relentless curiosity before it leads him to make his own investigations, which would be time-consuming and potentially inconvenient for everyone involved." Mycroft pulled out his cigarette case, offered it to Watson and Sherlock, and when both declined, selected one for himself and lit it with deliberate care. "Very well. The book Dr. Watson collected for me contained a coded message, a communication intercepted from French diplomatic channels. The intercept itself was almost certainly intentional. They wanted us to find it. The question was whether the information it contained was true, false, or some mixture designed to provoke a specific response." "And?" Sherlock prompted. "And the second message, the book's actual content, helped clarify the situation. The codes matched in pattern, but diverged in detail, suggesting different sources working from similar templates. One was authentic, the other manufactured. By comparing them, I was able to determine which was which, or more precisely to determine what the manufactured message wanted us to believe, and work backward to the truth it was designed to obscure." Watson listened, fascinated despite himself. This was Mycroft's world, this chess game of information and deception, where documents had layers of meaning and truth, was something that emerged only through careful comparison and analysis. "For Shoda?" Sherlock asked. "Of course for Shoda," Mycroft confirmed. "The French are indeed planning something, but not what the false message suggested. The real intention is more subtle and frankly more clever than a simple military movement. They're creating the appearance of aggressive intent to justify defensive preparations that are actually offensive in nature, while making it appear that Britain is the aggressor if we respond to the false provocation." "That's remarkably convoluted," Watson said. "That's diplomacy," Mycroft replied with a slight smile. "The goal is never to win directly, but to make the opponent's victory too expensive to pursue. France can't compete with British military resources in Africa, but they can make the competition costly enough that Britain decides the prize isn't worth the price. It's economic warfare dressed as diplomatic manoeuvring. Sherlock leaned forward, clearly engaged now. But you've seen through it, which means you can respond appropriately without falling into the trap they've set. So what will you do? Nothing dramatic, which is precisely the point. I'll ensure that our own diplomatic communications make clear we understand the situation without explicitly stating how we understand it. We'll make our own defensive preparations that look defensive but maintain offensive capacity. And we'll wait for France to either overplay their hand or realise we're not going to be provoked into the overreaction they're hoping for. Mycroft drew on his cigarette, exhaled slowly. It's rather like your detective work, Sherlock, except instead of catching the criminal after the crime, I'm preventing the crime from happening in the first place. Less satisfying in some ways, more important in others. And the book? Watson asked. What was it actually? A volume of French poetry, coincidentally, Mycroft said. Verlaine, if you're curious. The message was written in invisible ink between the printed lines, revealed only with the proper chemical treatment. Quite elegant, really. The book itself was unremarkable enough that it could be transported without suspicion, but unique enough, a specific edition, a specific set of annotations, that we could verify its authenticity. And you needed Watson to collect it because, Sherlock prompted, because Dr. Watson is known to be associated with you, but not formally connected to government service, which made him perfect for retrieving something sensitive without triggering the observation that an official courier would have attracted. Also because he's trustworthy, competent, and unlikely to open the package out of curiosity, which is more than I could say for certain other parties I might have asked. Mycroft looked at Sherlock with pointed significance. I would have opened it, Sherlock admitted cheerfully. How could I not? The mystery would have been irresistible. Precisely why I asked Watson. Mycroft stood, the effort visible but managed with dignity. Gentlemen, I'm grateful for the assistance. The situation is now manageable, which in my line of work counts as a victory. With luck, newspapers will never report the crisis that didn't happen, and history will remain ignorant of the war that was quietly prevented by a book of poetry and some careful analysis. The invisible victories, Watson said. The only kind worth winning, Mycroft agreed. The visible ones mean something went wrong somewhere upstream, that prevention failed and reaction became necessary. I prefer to work further up the river, where problems can be resolved before they become problems. He moved toward the door, then paused. Sherlock, might I have a word? Privately? Sherlock raised an eyebrow but stood and followed his brother to the landing. Watson remained in the sitting room, listening to the murmur of voices without distinguishing words, the sound of the two brothers in conversation, probably arguing about methodology or trading barbed compliments that sounded like criticisms. They returned after a few minutes, Mycroft looking satisfied, Sherlock looking thoughtful. Thank you again, Dr. Watson, Mycroft said. Should I need another such favour, I trust I may call upon you? Of course, Watson replied. After Mycroft had descended the stairs and departed into the London evening, Watson turned to Sherlock. What did he want to tell you privately? He wanted to admit that my deductions about the situation were essentially correct, but he preferred to do so without you witnessing him being complimentary. Mycroft has an image to maintain, and excessive brotherly affection would damage it. Sherlock smiled. He also suggested I might want to write up the affair for your chronicles, as it demonstrates the application of deductive methods to diplomatic rather than criminal matters, which is his way of saying he'd like some credit for being clever without having to officially take any credit, which would be inappropriate for a man in his position. Will you write it up? I'll tell you about it, and you can decide whether it merits recording. It's an interesting case, in its way. A mystery solved not through physical investigation, but through careful analysis of information and understanding of human psychology. The Baker Street method applied to Whitehall problems. Sherlock returned to his chair, picking up his pipe. Though I must say I prefer murders. At least with murders, someone has definitely died, which provides a clear starting point for investigation. With Mycroft's work, you're trying to prevent deaths that might not occur anyway, which makes measuring success rather nebulous. Watson reclaimed his chair and his tea, which had gone cold but was still drinkable. Outside, night had properly arrived. Baker Street reduced to pools of gaslight and shadows, the city settling into its evening rhythms. The fire crackled companionably, and somewhere below, Mrs. Hudson was probably preparing something for dinner, maintaining the domestic infrastructure that made their more exotic activities possible. Do you ever envy him? Watson asked. Your brother? The scale of what he does? Sherlock considered the question seriously. Sometimes, there's something appealing about the idea of moving pieces on such a large board, of preventing wars rather than solving murders, but mostly no. Mycroft's work requires patience and subtlety and endless committee meetings, none of which suit my temperament. I prefer the immediate, the tangible, the criminal who can be caught, and the mystery that can be solved definitively. He drew on his pipe, the smoke curling up toward the ceiling. We're each suited to our particular form of detection, he and I. His prevents the crises, mine cleans up the individual messes. Both are necessary, neither is sufficient alone. A comfortable division of labour, Watson observed. Comfortable might be overstating it, but functional certainly. Sherlock closed his eyes again, returning to that state of dreamy contemplation. And now, Watson, unless you have pressing medical emergencies to attend to, I suggest we enjoy our evening of peaceful domesticity. Tomorrow will bring its own complications, no doubt. Tonight, we have tea and fire and the satisfaction of a puzzle successfully solved, even if most of it was solved by Mycroft in his stuffy office while we merely carried books across London. Sometimes carrying books is enough, Watson said. Sometimes, Sherlock agreed, though I do prefer when the carrying is accompanied by at least a modest adventure. Give it time, Watson said, smiling. Adventure has a way of finding us, whether we go looking for it or not. And in the comfortable quiet of 221B Baker Street, as evening deepened into night, and London continued its endless, restless existence beyond their windows that seemed like as much wisdom as the day required. The afternoon stretched long in Mycroft Holmes' office, that peculiar quality of time that existed in government buildings where clocks measured hours, but the work itself seemed to exist outside normal temporal constraints. The gas lamps had been lit earlier than usual, the October darkness pressing against the windows with insistent melancholy, turning the glass into mirrors that reflected the room back to itself rather than revealing anything of the world outside. Mycroft sat at his desk, the decoded messages laid out before him like cards in some complex game of patience. The first message, the one he had broken that morning, occupied the left side of his workspace. The second message, retrieved by Watson and extracted from its poetic camouflage through careful application of heat and chemical reagents, lay to the right. Between them, Mycroft had placed his own notes, observations written in his precise hand, connections drawn with thin pencil lines that mapped the relationship between deception and truth. The fire in the grate had been built up properly now. Mrs. Henderson, the Foreign Office's perpetual presence who managed these small domestic details, having taken pity on him and added enough coal to actually warm the room, rather than merely suggesting the possibility of warmth. The additional light and heat made the office feel almost cosy, though cosy was not a word anyone would naturally associate with this particular space, which bore the accumulated weight of too many secrets and too many late nights spent managing crises that the wider world would never know had existed. He had sent Watson home hours ago, the doctor having completed his task with exactly the efficiency and discretion Mycroft had anticipated. Watson was reliable in ways that were increasingly rare. He did what was asked without requiring extensive explanation, without letting curiosity override duty, without the theatrical flourishes that Sherlock would have inevitably added to even the simplest errand. Mycroft appreciated that reliability more than he could express, though he suspected Watson understood the value of his service even without explicit acknowledgement. Now came the delicate part, crafting the response that would acknowledge British awareness of French intentions without revealing the full depth of that awareness, that would signal competence without demonstrating superiority, that would deter without provoking. It was diplomatic tightrope walking of the highest order, the kind of work that required not just intelligence, but psychological insight, an understanding of how the message would be received and interpreted by minds in Paris that were themselves engaged in similar calculations about British thinking. Mycroft pulled a fresh sheet of official stationery toward him, the heavy cream paper embossed with the Foreign Office seal. The document he was about to compose would travel through official channels, would be seen by ministers and clerks and eventually by French eyes, through whatever intelligence apparatus they had managed to establish within British government circles. Everything about it needed to communicate carefully calibrated meaning, not just the words themselves, but the tone, the timing, the very fact of its existence. He uncapped his fountain pen, holding it poised above the paper, while his mind arranged the necessary components. The opening would be formal, acknowledging receipt of intelligence regarding French activities near Fashoda. That much was unavoidable and expected. The middle section would express measured concern, not alarm, which would suggest panic and not dismissal, which would suggest either ignorance or dangerous confidence. The conclusion would reaffirm British interests in the region, while leaving room for diplomatic discussion, the implicit suggestion that negotiation remained preferable to confrontation. But beneath that surface meaning, the subtext needed to convey something more subtle, that Britain had seen through the deception, that the false intelligence had been identified as false, that attempting to manipulate British response through manufactured provocations would not succeed. And all of this needed to be communicated without stating it explicitly, through implications and careful word choice that would be clear to sophisticated readers while maintaining plausible deniability if questioned. It was, Mycroft reflected as he began to write, rather like composing poetry, every word carrying weight beyond its literal meaning, the spaces between phrases as significant as the phrases themselves, the whole construction designed to resonate in the mind of the reader and produce effects that pure prose could never achieve. To His Excellency the French Minister of Foreign Affairs he wrote, the pen moving smoothly across the paper, forming letters with that careful precision that had become second nature over decades of diplomatic correspondence. We acknowledge receipt of intelligence regarding military movements in territories of mutual interest to our respective nations. Her Majesty's government has noted these reports with the careful attention such matters deserve, and has conducted appropriate analysis to determine their significance and authenticity. The word authenticity was the first signal. It suggested that Britain had questioned the intelligence rather than simply accepting it, that the analytical apparatus was sophisticated enough to distinguish truth from fabrication. A French reader attuned to such nuances would catch that implication immediately. While we recognise that military preparations may be undertaken for various purposes, including those of a purely defensive or exploratory nature, we feel it appropriate to reaffirm British interests in maintaining stability in the Sudan and ensuring freedom of navigation along the Nile River. These interests are, we believe, not incompatible with legitimate French activities in the region, provided such activities are conducted with mutual respect for existing spheres of influence and with appropriate diplomatic consultation. That paragraph was the heart of the message, acknowledging that Britain understood France was doing something, but not overreacting to the false provocation, instead positioning British concerns as reasonable and focused on stability rather than confrontation. The phrase, existing spheres of influence, was particularly important, a reminder that Britain's claims to the territory predated recent French interest, without making that claim so aggressively that it closed off negotiation. Mycroft paused, reading what he had written, testing each phrase against how it would sound to French ears. Diplomacy was translation work, really, converting one nation's interests and anxieties into language that another nation could hear without feeling compelled to respond with hostility. The goal was always to leave room for retreat, for face-saving, for the gradual adjustment of positions that allowed both sides to claim victory even when one had clearly yielded ground to the other. We proposed that representatives of our respective governments meet to discuss matters of mutual concern regarding territorial boundaries and administrative responsibilities in the region. Such discussions might be conducted through existing diplomatic channels or through a specially convened conference if the complexity of the issues warrants such attention. The suggestion of meetings and conferences was standard diplomatic language, but its presence here served multiple purposes. It showed that Britain preferred negotiation to confrontation, important for the broader European audience that would eventually learn of these exchanges. It also bought time, creating space for the situation to cool, while both sides assessed their positions, and crucially it shifted the conversation from military movements to diplomatic processes, reframing the entire situation in terms more favourable to peaceful resolution. Her Majesty's government remains committed to maintaining cordial relations with the French Republic, and to resolving any potential misunderstandings through frank and open dialogue. We trust that this communication will be received in the spirit of mutual respect in which it is offered. The closing was deliberately warm without being obsequious, conveying confidence without arrogance. The reference to potential misunderstandings was another subtle signal. It suggested that Britain understood the false intelligence might have been a misunderstanding rather than a deliberate deception, offering France an honourable way to step back from the provocation without admitting they had attempted to manipulate British response. Mycroft signed the document with his full official title, the long string of words that placed him somewhere in the ambiguous territory between advisor and decision-maker, influential without being formally powerful. He blotted the signature carefully, then sat back to read the complete message one final time, checking for any phrases that might be misinterpreted, any implications he hadn't intended, any openings for French counter-manoeuvres he hadn't anticipated. It would do. Not perfect. Perfection in diplomatic communications was impossible, as every phrase that pleased one reader would inevitably trouble another, but effective. It accomplished what needed accomplishing, demonstrating British awareness and capability without escalating tensions, leaving room for de-escalation while maintaining Britain's fundamental position, and subtly signalling that attempts at manipulation had been identified and would not succeed. Outside his window, London had fully surrendered to evening. The park below was reduced to shadows and the occasional moving light of a lantern carried by some late walker. The city's sounds had changed character, the daytime traffic of commerce replaced by the nighttime traffic of entertainment and vice, the respectable and disreputable conducting their respective businesses in different parts of town, the whole complex organism of the imperial capital continuing its restless existence regardless of diplomatic intrigues or geopolitical tensions. Mycroft stood, his joints protesting the long hours of sitting, and crossed to the window. His reflection looked back at him from the dark glass, a large man in formal clothing, holding papers that would affect events in territories thousands of miles away, making decisions that would never be attributed to him personally, but would shape the course of empire nonetheless. He thought, not for the first time, about the peculiar nature of his work. Unlike Sherlock, whose successes were often public and celebrated, criminals caught, mysteries solved, justice visibly served, Mycroft's victories were invisible. No one would ever write newspaper accounts of the crisis that didn't happen, the war that was quietly prevented, the diplomatic confrontation that was diffused before it could escalate. His work existed in negative space, in the absence of disaster, in the smooth functioning of systems that only became visible when they failed. It was, he supposed, rather like being a physician who specialized in prevention rather than cure. Dr. Watson could point to patients healed, lives saved, specific interventions that produced visible results. But a doctor who prevented illness through careful hygiene and early intervention would have no such tangible proof of success, only the absence of disease, the continued health that people took for granted because they never experienced the alternative. Mycroft returned to his desk and placed the drafted message in a folder marked for the Foreign Secretary's review. It would go through the proper channels now, ministerial approval, official translation and transcription, dispatch through the embassy in Paris. His direct involvement was complete. The machinery of government would take over, implementing the policy he had formulated, but doing so in a way that distributed responsibility and credit across multiple offices and officials, none of whom would quite understand how all the pieces fit together because that understanding existed only in Mycroft's mind. He allowed himself a moment of satisfaction, brief and private, the kind of quiet pleasure that came from a problem successfully analysed and addressed. The French gambit had been clever, but not clever enough. The false intelligence had been identified before it could provoke the overreaction it was designed to elicit. And now Britain's response would demonstrate both awareness and restraint, the two qualities most likely to deter future attempts at manipulation while maintaining the possibility of genuine diplomatic progress. There remained, of course, the question of what France would do next. They would receive Britain's response, would analyse it with the same careful attention Mycroft had applied to their provocation, would recognise the subtext and implications embedded in the diplomatic language, and then they would make their own calculations about whether to escalate to negotiate or to try some other approach to achieving their objectives in the Sudan. But that was a problem for tomorrow, or next week, or next month. Tonight, Mycroft had done what could be done, decoded the messages, identified the deception, crafted the appropriate response. The rest would unfold in its own time, according to patterns that were partly predictable and partly subject to the whims of individual decision-makers in Paris and London, who might or might not act rationally, might or might not understand the larger game being played, might or might not be swayed by domestic political pressures that had nothing to do with the merits of the situation. That uncertainty was both frustrating and, in its way, essential. If everything were perfectly predictable, Mycroft's work would be merely clerical, the implementation of predetermined responses to anticipated situations. The uncertainty, the need to constantly reassess, to adjust strategies based on new information, to recognize when assumptions had become outdated, was what made the work intellectually engaging even when it was emotionally exhausting. A knock at the door pulled Mycroft from his reflections. "Enter," he called. Mrs. Henderson appeared, carrying a tea tray that she set down with maternal efficiency. "You've been here since dawn, Mr. Holmes. The building is half empty, and you'll make yourself ill if you don't eat something. I've brought sandwiches as well, beef and mustard, your preference." "You're too kind," Mycroft said, genuinely grateful. Mrs. Henderson had worked in the Foreign Office longer than Mycroft had been alive, had served under ministers whose names appeared in history books, and had developed an uncanny ability to know when officials needed feeding and when they needed to be left alone to work. She managed the building's domestic infrastructure with the same quiet competence that Mycroft managed its intellectual infrastructure, invisibly, essentially, and without expectation of acknowledgement. "Kind has nothing to do with it," she replied, already moving toward the door. "Can't have you collapsing from hunger and leaving important work unfinished. The Empire may not notice, but I would, and I'd have to explain to Mrs. Holmes why I let her son work himself to death, which is a conversation I'd rather avoid." She departed before Mycroft could respond, leaving him alone with the tea tray and his own slight smile at being managed so efficiently by someone who understood that even those who managed empires needed managing themselves occasionally. He poured tea, proper temperature this time, unlike the morning succession of abandoned cups, and ate one of the sandwiches, suddenly aware of hunger now that food was present. The beef was excellent, the mustard sharp enough to be interesting, the bread fresh enough to suggest Mrs. Henderson had anticipated his needs and arranged for proper provisions rather than whatever remained in the building's general larder. As he ate, Mycroft's mind continued working, reviewing the day's accomplishments and the challenges that would follow. The immediate crisis was managed, but the larger question of Fashoda remained unresolved. Eventually, Britain and France would need to reach some definitive arrangement about their respective claims to territories in the Sudan. That negotiation would be complex, involving not just military and strategic considerations, but also questions of prestige, domestic political pressures in both countries, and the reactions of other European powers who were watching the Anglo-French competition with their own interests in mind. But that was the long game, the patient work of years rather than days. For tonight, Mycroft had moved the pieces as needed, had responded to France's gambit with a counter-move that preserved British interests while avoiding escalation. The board was set for the next phase of the game, whatever that might entail. He finished his tea and sandwich, tidied his desk with the methodical care that kept chaos at bay, and prepared to depart. The message to France would be dispatched tomorrow, after ministerial review. His analysis and recommendations would be filed in folders that would eventually be archived, perhaps to be discovered decades hence by historians trying to understand how the Anglo-French rivalry over Africa was managed during these particular months of 1893. Or perhaps the documents would simply moulder in storage, never examined, the crisis they addressed forgotten because it never became a crisis, prevented through the kind of careful diplomatic work that history rarely recorded, because it was, by definition, about what didn't happen rather than what did. Mycroft gathered his coat and hat, extinguished the lamp on his desk, leaving the room lit only by firelight, which would die on its own during the night, and stepped into the corridor. The Foreign Office was indeed nearly empty now, just a few lights visible in distant offices where other officials were conducting their own late-night work, managing their own pieces of Empire's vast and complicated machinery. He descended the stairs slowly, his sighs making haste inadvisable, and emerged into Whitehall where the evening traffic continued its flow, unaware and unconcerned with the diplomatic intricacies being managed in the buildings around them. London, vast and indifferent, carried on with its own priorities, which rarely aligned precisely with those of the men who thought they were managing its destiny. A hansom cab was waiting. Mrs. Henderson's efficiency extended to arranging transportation, apparently, and Mycroft climbed in with relief, settling his bulk on the narrow seat as the driver urged the horse forward. The journey to his club would be brief, the streets relatively clear at this hour. There he would have a proper dinner, perhaps a glass of decent wine, and the company of other men who understood that conversation could be pleasantly inconsequential, that not every silence needed to be filled with strategic analysis or diplomatic calculation. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges. The French response, when it came, would need careful interpretation. Other matters would demand attention. There were always other matters, an endless succession of crises potential and actual, of situations requiring management and decisions requiring thought. The work never truly ended, only paused and resumed. But tonight, Mycroft had earned his rest. The cipher was broken, the deception understood, the counter-move executed. And somewhere in the vast network of information and influence that connected London to Paris, to Africa, to the far corners of two competing empires, the pieces were shifting in response to decisions made in a cluttered office overlooking St. James's Park. The invisible victories indeed, the only kind worth winning, and the only kind Mycroft knew how to pursue. As the hansom carried him through London's evening streets, he allowed himself a moment of contentment, brief, private, and sufficient. London at evening was a different creature than London by day, softer somehow, despite the increased dangers that darkness brought. The fog that had retreated during the afternoon returned with the falling temperature, not the thick, choking fog of winter, but the gentler autumn variety that softened edges and muted sounds, turning the city into something almost dreamlike, a place where the hard realities of empire and industry were temporarily obscured by moisture and failing light. Mycroft's hansom clattered through streets that were emptying of their daytime traffic and filling with their nighttime inhabitants, the theatre-goers in their evening dress, the working men heading toward public houses, the women of negotiable virtue beginning their evening patrols, the whole complex ecosystem of Victorian London shifting from one set of activities to another as smoothly as the tide changing direction. The gas lamps created pools of warm yellow light that the fog turned into soft halos, navigation points in the gathering darkness that marked safe passage through streets that could be treacherous for the unwary. The hansom delivered him to his club, that bastion of masculine comfort where politics and business were discussed over brandy and cigars, where leather chairs embraced tired bodies and discretion was maintained with religious fervour. Mycroft paid the driver with the addition of a generous tip. The man had waited without complaint, had conveyed his passenger safely through evening traffic, deserved acknowledgement of competent service, and mounted the steps to the entrance where a porter materialised to open the door before Mycroft could reach for the handle. "Good evening, Mr. Holmes. Your usual table is available in the dining room if you wish." "Thank you, Peterson. I believe I'll take advantage of it." The club's interior was everything the October evening was not. Warm, dry, well lit without being harsh, smelling of wood polish and old leather, and the excellent cooking that emerged from kitchens below. The murmur of conversation drifted from the various rooms, that particular acoustic quality of men talking without needing to impress or perform, comfortable in their environment and their company. Mycroft surrendered his coat and hat to Peterson, and made his way to the dining room, where indeed his usual table awaited, positioned in a corner where he could observe the room, without being easily observed in return, close enough to the fireplace for warmth but not so close as to be uncomfortably hot. The waiter appeared immediately, as if summoned by telepathy rather than visual cues, with a menu that Mycroft barely glanced at before ordering the roast beef with all accompaniments and a half bottle of the Burgundy he favoured. As he waited for his meal, Mycroft allowed himself to truly relax for the first time since that morning's decoded message had set the day's events in motion. His shoulders, which had been carrying tension without his conscious awareness, settled slightly. His mind, which had been racing through implications and counter-implications for hours, began to slow to something approaching a sustainable pace. This was the value of ritual, of familiar surroundings and expected comforts. They provided permission to step back from constant vigilance, to simply exist without strategic purpose for a brief interval. The dining room was perhaps a quarter full, other members enjoying their dinners in various configurations of solitude or companionship. Mycroft recognised most of them: a senior judge whose decisions shaped legal precedent, a banker whose loans funded everything from railways to revolutions, a retired general whose campaigns in India were still studied at Sandhurst. Men of influence and accomplishment, each with their own spheres of power, their own networks of obligation and alliance, the machinery of empire in human form taking their evening meal before returning to whatever work awaited them, or retiring to whatever homes sheltered them. The wine arrived first, poured with appropriate ceremony, tasted and approved, though Mycroft knew from experience it would be excellent. The club's cellar was one of its chief virtues, and the wine steward took his responsibilities with admirable seriousness. The first sip was deeply satisfying, the wine's complexity a pleasant contrast to the day's analytical work. Sometimes pleasure could be simple. Good wine, warm fire, the prospect of excellent beef prepared by a chef who understood that meat should taste like itself rather than like the sauces that drowned it in lesser establishments. His meal arrived promptly, and Mycroft applied himself to it with the focused attention he brought to most activities. The beef was perfect, deeply flavoured, properly rested, sliced thick enough to be substantial. The Yorkshire pudding was crisp and airy, the roasted vegetables were not overcooked into submission, and the horseradish had enough bite to cut through the richness of the meat. It was, he reflected as he ate, deeply civilised. After a day spent managing potential international incidents through careful analysis of deceptive communications, the simple pleasure of a well-prepared dinner felt like its own form of victory. He was halfway through his meal when Sir Reginald Morton approached his table, moving with the careful deliberation of a man who had enjoyed several drinks before dinner and was conscious of maintaining his dignity despite them. Sir Reginald was Foreign Office, though senior enough that his work was more about attending meetings than conducting analysis, more about representing position than developing policy. "Holmes, thought that was you tucked away in the corner. Mind if I join you for a moment?" "Please," Mycroft gestured to the opposite chair, though he would have preferred to finish his meal in solitude. But club etiquette and professional courtesy both demanded accommodation of the request. Sir Reginald settled himself with the relieved sigh of a man grateful to be sitting. "Wanted to thank you for that business today. The Minister saw your analysis and recommendations, agreed entirely with your assessment. Brilliant work, as usual. Can't give you details here naturally, but wanted you to know it's appreciated." "Kind of you to say so," Mycroft replied, spearing a piece of beef. "Simply doing what the situation required." More than that. Takes a particular mind to see through those sorts of complications, to untangle what's real from what's merely made to look real. The French were quite clever this time, but not clever enough, eh?" Sir Reginald chuckled, then seemed to remember where he was, and moderated his volume. "At any rate, well done. The Minister wanted me to convey his particular satisfaction with how the matter was handled." They spoke for a few more minutes, Mycroft responding with appropriate modesty, while Sir Reginald dispensed the sort of vague praise that acknowledged work without revealing details to anyone who might be listening. Eventually Sir Reginald excused himself. His own dinner companions were waiting, and Mycroft was left alone again to finish his meal in peace. The brief interaction reminded him why he preferred his corner table, and why he generally avoided the club's more social areas. Recognition was pleasant enough, but it always came with the burden of expectation, the assumption that because one had solved today's puzzle, one would inevitably solve tomorrow's as well. And while that assumption was generally accurate, Mycroft found it occasionally exhausting to carry other people's confidence in his abilities, alongside his own necessary self-doubt that kept those abilities sharp. He finished his beef, declined dessert. There were limits to even his appetite, and he had exceeded his usual intake already, and accepted coffee, which arrived in a small silver pot, accompanied by cream and sugar he never used. The coffee was excellent, strong enough to be interesting, but not so strong as to interfere with eventual sleep. He drank it slowly, savouring both the taste and the moment of stillness it provided, the brief pause between the day's work and whatever the evening would bring. Around him, the dining room continued its quiet business. Conversations rose and fell, creating a gentle acoustic backdrop that was somehow both present and ignorable. Cutlery clinked against china, wine was poured, courses were delivered and removed with the efficient discretion of staff who understood that good service was invisible service. It was all very civilised, very British, very much the reward that men like Mycroft told themselves justified the work they did. The preservation of a world where roast beef could be enjoyed in comfortable surroundings, while somewhere in Africa, territories were disputed and in Paris, diplomats plotted their strategies. Mycroft finished his coffee and rose, nodding to the few members who acknowledged his departure. He collected his coat and hat from Peterson and stepped back out into the London evening, which had deepened into proper night during his meal. The fog was thicker now, the gas lamp struggling to penetrate it, creating discrete islands of visibility connected by faith and memory, more than actual sight. He began walking rather than immediately hailing a cab, the need for physical movement suddenly stronger than the desire for convenience. His flat was not far, a comfortable set of rooms in a building that housed other professional gentlemen, close enough to Whitehall for easy access, but far enough to maintain the illusion of separation between work and life, though in Mycroft's case that separation was largely theoretical. The streets were quieter now, the evening traffic having thinned to the occasional hansom or private carriage. His footsteps echoed slightly in the fog-muffled night, keeping him company as he walked. The exercise was pleasant after hours of sitting, the cool damp air refreshing after the club's overheated interior. London at night had its own beauty, Mycroft thought. Not the obvious beauty of grand architecture and imperial monuments, but the subtle beauty of a city at rest, of lights glowing in windows where people lived their private lives, of distant sounds suggesting activity just beyond perception. He thought about the day's work as he walked, reviewing it not with anxiety, but with the professional satisfaction of a task completed competently. The cipher had been broken, the deception identified, the appropriate countermove executed. Watson had performed his role admirably. Sherlock had been managed without excessive difficulty, and the machinery of government had been set in motion to implement the policy Mycroft had formulated. It was, in its way, as complete a victory as his work ever achieved. Not dramatic, not public, but effective. And more importantly, it was preventative. Somewhere in an alternate version of events, Britain had overreacted to the false intelligence, had deployed forces to confront a French presence that was either exaggerated or entirely fictional, had perhaps even triggered the military confrontation that both sides nominally wanted to avoid. In that alternate timeline, newspapers would be full of crisis and potential war, ministers would be defending their decisions to Parliament, and the delicate balance of European power would be tilting dangerously toward conflict. But in this timeline, the actual timeline shaped by Mycroft's analysis and response, none of that would happen. The crisis would not occur because it had been diffused before it could properly exist. And because it didn't occur, no one except a handful of officials would ever know it had been a possibility, would ever appreciate the work that went into preventing it. That was fine. Mycroft had long ago made peace with the invisibility of his contributions. Glory and recognition were for soldiers and politicians, for those whose work could be photographed and celebrated, whose victories could be reduced to headlines and commemorative medals. Mycroft's victories existed in absence, in the wars that didn't happen and the crises that never materialized, and he found that form of success more satisfying than any public acclaim could have been. He reached his building, a solid Victorian construction of Portland stone and brick that suggested prosperity without ostentation. The night porter opened the door with a respectful nod. "Evening, Mr. Holmes," and Mycroft climbed the stairs to his third-floor flat, arriving slightly winded but not uncomfortably so. The exercise had been beneficial, he decided, even if his body would have preferred the cab. His flat was dark and cool, untouched since morning. He lit the gas lamps, adding their warm glow to rooms that were comfortable without being particularly personal. The furniture was good quality, the books on the shelves were actually read rather than merely decorative, and everything was arranged with the kind of order that suggested a mind that valued efficiency even in domestic spaces. It was not a home in the sense that most people understood the term. It lacked warmth, personal touches, the accumulated debris of emotional life, but it was his space, arranged to his preferences, and that was sufficient. Mycroft prepared for bed with the same methodical approach he brought to everything else. The evening routine of ablutions and changing clothes performed with habitual precision. He briefly considered reading. There was a new biography of Talleyrand he'd been meaning to examine, but decided against it. His mind had done enough work for one day. It deserved rest rather than additional stimulation. He extinguished the lamps and settled into bed, the darkness of his room complete except for the faint glow of street lamps filtering through the curtains. Outside, London continued its nocturnal existence. Somewhere police were walking their beats, somewhere theatres were emptying, somewhere the city's less respectable elements were conducting their business in shadows and alleys. But here, in this room, in this moment, there was only stillness, and the prospect of sleep. Mycroft's last conscious thoughts were of the morning, of the decoded message that had set everything in motion, of the elegant deception and the careful response. The game would continue tomorrow, would continue for months or years until the Fashoda question was finally resolved one way or another. But tonight, his piece was played, his move made, and he could rest with the satisfaction of work completed competently. Sleep, when it came, was deep and dreamless, the sleep of someone whose conscience was clear and whose mind had earned its respite. And in that sleep Mycroft Holmes, architect of invisible victories, preventer of wars that never were, guardian of an empire that would never know his name, found the peace that his work, for all its complexity and consequence, had ultimately been designed to preserve. Across London, in Baker Street, Dr. Watson was also preparing for bed, his own day's adventure reduced to a pleasant memory of walking through Soho and carrying a book that wasn't quite a book. Sherlock was likely still awake, his mind churning through some new puzzle or old case, his violin perhaps singing softly to the London night. Mrs. Hudson was certainly asleep, her daily labour of keeping impossible lodgers fed and housed complete for another day. And in Whitehall, in the Foreign Office where Mycroft had spent his day, the building was dark and quiet, its corridors empty, its secrets temporarily at rest. The message to France sat in its folder, waiting for morning and ministerial approval and eventual dispatch across the Channel, where it would be read and analysed and responded to, the diplomatic dance continuing its careful steps. But all of that was tomorrow's concern. Tonight belonged to rest, to the quiet satisfaction of work done well, to the peace that came from knowing that somewhere in the vast machinery of empire one small crisis had been managed, one potential disaster averted, one thread of the complex tapestry slightly adjusted to maintain the pattern that all their work, visible and invisible, was designed to preserve. The fog pressed against London's windows like a benediction, softening the city into dream, and in that dream the empire slept, unaware of the dangers that had been quietly prevented, grateful without knowing for the work of minds that never rested except when, like now, even they surrendered to the necessity of sleep. And in the morning, when London woke to another day of commerce and empire, of hansoms and headlines and the endless, restless business of being the world's greatest city, the cipher would be filed away, the messages would be forgotten by all but a few, and the work would continue, invisible, essential, and eternal. But that was morning's story. Tonight the story ended here, with secrets sleeping alongside those who kept them, with fog wrapping London in its familiar embrace, with the quiet victory of a crisis that never was. And in the darkness, in the silence, in the peace that men like Mycroft Holmes worked to preserve, the city dreamed of empires and tomorrow, while those who had saved it from itself slept the sleep of the justified, their work complete until the next cipher arrived, the next deception emerged, the next quiet battle needed fighting in the endless war that no one saw and everyone, unknowing, benefited from. The fog would lift with morning, the work would resume. But tonight, for this moment, all was still, all was peaceful, and the invisible victories could rest alongside those who had won them. Sleep well, London. Sleep well.